Jau norėčiau pakviesti visus ateiti į vietas.
Please take your seats.
Hello everyone, laba diena visiems. Turite taip ausinę.
You have your headphones. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I also welcome those who joined us online. I'm Monikos Ošmianskienės, member of the Seimo, chair of the Commission for the Rights of People with Disabilities. Today we commemorate the International Wheelchair Day, and we have an event dedicated to this date, which is to discuss the services of ride-sharing and ride-hailing in Lithuania, as well as in Spain and Ireland. This event is organized by the embassies of Ireland and Spain. I would like to give the floor to the ambassador of Ireland, Shana Rosemont.
Distinguished members of the Seimo, dear Monica, diplomatic colleagues and representatives from civil society and business. I'm delighted that Ireland's experience in the field of accessibility of public service vehicles will be shared with you today from the perspectives of both policy and practical experience. I would like to sincerely thank both Wendy and Joan for joining us today from Ireland. This is a subject that is dear to my heart. Within my own family, due to illness, my mother is a wheelchair user and has been for almost 20 years. I have seen firsthand how many barriers there are for wheelchair users, from a simple doorstep to enter a building, to hallways and doorways that are too narrow to pass through, to public transport where there's only enough room for one wheelchair user. And I have seen too how easy it is for the horizons of people with disabilities to become limited because of the challenges of mobility and accessibility. And this challenge, the problem of mobility, creates other problems. The most obvious is the problem of participation, where people with disabilities are denied the opportunity to engage fully with the world around them, and society is denied the full benefit of all they could contribute. A less obvious problem, literally, is the problem of visibility. In the absence of mobility and accessibility, people with disabilities find themselves restricted to certain spaces. Outside of these spaces, they are simply not seen. And when they are not seen, it is all too easy for their needs to be ignored. And that is a loss not just for them, but for all of society. Dear Monica, I have such deep respect for what you have achieved and what you aim to achieve with today's event. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. May you have the greatest success in spearheading positive change in Lithuania. Ačiū.
Thank you a lot. Ačiū labai. Tikrai turiu pasakyti.
I have to say that Ireland and Dublin is very accessible in the area of mobility, and surprises me by that, because you can get accessible services from the very airport. This is a very rare case in Europe, and therefore I'm looking forward to the presentations from Ireland. And now I would like to give the floor to Vytautas Mitalas, Deputy Speaker of the Seimo. Thank you, Monica. Welcome to the Seimo, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Speaker can speak on behalf of the Seimo. Besides other things, the Seimo welcomes this conference, and I believe that the Commission for the Rights of People with Disabilities and its work is very important. Lithuania has gone a long road in transforming and ensuring equal rights for everyone. As we all know, in the Soviet Union, people with disabilities did not exist because they were not seen. We could not see them in public spaces, on the streets, and elsewhere. And in Lithuania, we see many things today. We see the full view of the society, and we understand the strength of this full society. The example of Monica herself, I actually had the opportunity to work with her in the Vilnius Municipal Council, and her example is very positive. She has strong beliefs, and these beliefs and determinations make things to happen. I thank all the participants of today's event, and I hope that with your help we will be able to evaluate the situation, to assess best practices, and to pinpoint the main aspects that can be achieved in Lithuania so that every member of our society can be seen and has equal rights to participate in all the processes on the equal footing with other members of society. Thank you once again, and I wish you a successful event. Thank you, Vytautas. And I have to admit that we work together in Vilnius municipality, and I remember the example of Šnipiškės Tower, and I remember other achievements that we made. For example, elevators in Vilnius Town Hall, and these are used by many groups of people. And now I would like to give the floor to the Vice Minister of Transport and Communications, Agnė Vaiciukevičiūtė, who is very busy in the area of accessibility to people with disabilities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is an extremely important day for me. I want to thank Monikos Ošmianskienės for this initiative and for the recent 3 years with the push to the government to move in the positive direction. I also thank colleagues from Ireland and Spain. This will be very interesting to hear your presentations for us to improve our situation. The Ministry of Transport and Communications is also very active in this area for the recent 3 years. We have a motto, a freedom for movement for everyone, and this motto is much influenced by the fact that we are seeking for equality for all the people with different abilities. Today we celebrate the International Wheelchair Day. This is a symbolic day to speak about the challenges that we need to address together. But I hope that this day is not only a symbolic day, so that we can able to address our problems and issues daily, and we have a systemic rather than only declarative solution to our problems. All the funding that is assigned from the state to public transport has to be used for the adaptation to the needs of people with disabilities. This makes up about 44 million euros. We have seen some new changes, and we also have commitments to the intercity transport operators, public transport operators, so that they can be adaptable. And we can see good examples of companies that are purchasing buses that are adapted to people with disabilities or people using wheelchairs. So we see those changes both in terms of investment and attitude, and I hope that during this conference we will be able to discuss a taxi topic or topic of ride sharing and ride hailing as an important piece of a puzzle so that people can enjoy their full rides and be mobile. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you, Vice Minister. It is very welcoming to see the changes in the area of transport and communications, and that there are certain criteria set for public transport. These criteria did not exist. And this is very plausible, and we see the changes when buses are being purchased for public transport in cities and small towns. We will have presentations of Spanish representatives today, and then a short break of 15 minutes, and then representatives from Ireland will present online. Unfortunately, they were not able to be present physically. Later on, we will move to a panel discussion on the regulation in Lithuania. I wish to say that if you would like to have some tea or coffee or other refreshments, you can step outside this hall and bring those refreshments here to this hall. Well, since we have the Minister of Transport of Spain is visiting Lithuania, and the representatives of the Spanish embassy had to join them, and therefore we have the address, the video of the address. We will put it on.
Ambassadors, distinguished guests. Universal accessibility enables persons with disabilities to live in equality, freedom, independence, and full participation in all aspects of life. Within this framework, transport is a fundamental sector that must adapt to ensure the full implementation of accessibility strategies. In Spain, universal accessibility has achieved a notable presence in regulations, indicating not only progress in guaranteeing environments, products and services that are suitable for all people, but also a conscious engagement to promote such progress for the well-being of society as a whole. We still have a long way ahead, but we are committed to the integration of all members of our community, and to the same, persons with disabilities are at the core. Today, our two Spanish representatives will be able to give you some insights about our national legislation and how it has continued to gradually but consistently adapt to mobility needs, and how this change has been perceived by our society. I wish you a very fruitful conference today, and a special thank you to Her Excellency Monikos Ošmianskienės for inviting us to share our experiences in achieving a road to freedom for all. Ačiū labai.
I thank the ambassador, and without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Daniel Hannibal Garcia Diego, who is the member of the Executive Committee of the Representatives of Persons with Disabilities. And he's going to speak about the conceptual framework of public transportation and accessible vehicles in Spain.
Thank you so much. It's such a real pleasure for me to be part of this event. I want to express my sincere gratitude for all of you, namely the member of the table, for such a great invitation. Well, let me to share just a very personal thought about my own experience. I have severe disability, I have hemophilia, and I have reduced mobility, and during my adolescence I was user of a wheelchair. If you are using in a wheelchair living in an accessible environment, you are not facing discrimination. The discrimination is not to use a wheelchair. The discrimination is to living as a user of wheelchair in an accessible environment. When I was 15 years old, I was in school, I am living with adolescents, and I live in a rural environment. I faced the discrimination as a user of wheelchair because I was living in a non-accessible environment. Later, I moved to a city, and I faced the different living in an accessible environment. When I lived in Santander, a small city, first time in my life, I was able to live with freedom to move, with freedom to evolve myself, and that's why I'm so proud to be part of this event, trying to make the Latvian environment a little more accessible. And then I will change to Spanish because my topic is kind of complicated for me in English. Also, I want to express my very own gratitude to the Spanish Embassy for your support, namely Alejandra, Deputy Head of the Mission, because we are facing very good score with all of you. Bueno, paso ya al castellano. Antes, bien, antes de nada, como me ha presentado Mónica, soy miembro del Comité Ejecutivo.
As Monica has introduced me, I am member of the Executive Committee of the Representative of Persons with Disabilities. Let me explain what this organization is. This is a non-governmental organization that is acknowledged by the Spanish government and by the United Nations. The government recognizes the SERMI organization as a contact point. We are also a contact point for our ministries. The SERMI is recognized at the international level. We are member of the ECOSOC. We also participate in reviewing various legal acts in Spain. SERMI is a very important organization. Judita and I represent two different sides of the organization. We represent people with disabilities in our country. This accounts for 2.5 million people with physical disability or invisible disability. Invisible disability or organic disability is the disease that gives rise to disability. We provide services to 1.6 million people a year. We are an umbrella organization, and as you see, we have offices all across our country. 92 organizations are members of our organization. We have representations in the African continent as well. The objective of our organization is to reach inclusive society. We mainly focus on people with disabilities. But when we talk about inclusive society or inclusive environment, we have in mind an environment for everyone, not only for the people with a disability. That's why we are concerned about creating the inclusive society and inclusive environment for everyone. We are working to comply with certain principles. These principles have also been enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We have our values and we have established certain programs and actions. We do work in the area of education and professional development. We also prepare information for the labor market. For example, in one of the Erasmus Plus program, our colleague is visiting Lithuania and she's participating in this very event. She's working in the project related to children with disabilities. We are also working with the Latin American countries because of the language and shared history. We also work with people with invisible disability. Therefore, we have to ensure that they receive proper medication and that they have the necessary sanitary conditions. Let me also stress that inclusiveness means accessibility as well. My colleague is going to focus on inclusive tourism, on accessibility and transport, but we see this as an integral part of all the inclusive approach. Now, I love this slide because it shows the centers where we provide our services. Usually these are the services, let's say, on the beach or in the areas where we have a lot of people with the disabilities, with severe disabilities. So we provide quite a lot of services. But now let me introduce to you I've introduced my organization, and now I'll move on to talking about the transportation and accessible public transportation, because we have achieved quite good results in that area as well. Now, when it comes to the general accessibility network, let me first note Article 49 of the Spanish Constitution. It was amended a little bit, and now it deals with the people with disabilities. From the very establishment of the Constitution contains articles on people with disabilities. Previously, a different concept was used. We used the word invalid and invalidity. Now the article has been amended, and now the article refers to people with disabilities and about human rights, about inclusion, and it provides us a modern understanding of what this disability means. The Spanish Constitution recognizes that there is a difference between women and children with disabilities. It stresses that there is a need to increase accessibility of services for people with disabilities. We also recognize the organizations that are working in the field, in the relevant field. It would be difficult to talk about accessibility without referring to the Declaration of on the rights of people with disabilities, I'd like to refer to Article 9, which speaks about accessibility and says that persons with disabilities have the right to live independently and participate fully in all aspects of life. But in order to ensure that, states have to ensure accessible environment. This article, therefore, deals with the physical environment, transportation, both in urban and rural areas. Just like for Spain, for Lithuania as well, it is important to speak about providing accessible environment not only in urban areas but rural areas as well. Under Article 9, state parties commit to destroying barriers to people with disabilities. My colleague is going to speak about other provisions later on, but according to the minimal standards, buildings and transport means have to be adapted for persons with disabilities. Let me also take note of Article 20. It contains a number of very important commitments and obligations. I have put down the obligations that, to my opinion, are the most important ones. The costs is a very important issue. We sometimes ensure accessibility to public transport in our countries, but additional costs are not always compensated for and not covered. Another important thing that we talked about yesterday is raising awareness of people about persons with disabilities, and we have to do training for those who work in various public fields. Previously, persons with reduced mobility were not able to access certain planes because of different levels in the plane. But, not everyone at the airport knew how to help me, but there were people who could provide me with the services and I could get on the plane. There are many more legal acts that provide for the right of accessibility and mobility for persons with disabilities. And apart from the United Nations provisions, we have also adopted various laws. We have a law on the rights of persons with disabilities, and I believe that Article 22 and Article 26 are very important because they deal with accessibility, basic conditions of accessibility and non-discrimination in the field of transportation. Article 26 provides for the minimum standards to ensure that transportation is accessible for persons with disabilities. Well, of course, not everything is that good in our country, and not everything is good with our laws. And I believe there are many things that I could criticize because legal acts and provisions remain only in paper if it is not enforced. And private sector implements the provisions on its own discretion, and there are no sanctions for failure to implement the provisions. We have not adopted any sanctions yet. According to the current legal acts, all the public transport and environment had to be accessible to persons with disabilities by 2017. Unfortunately, we have not achieved that. So we seem to have copy-pasted the convention, but in some aspects, the things have not been implemented in practice. Let me also explain to you the difference between taxi and a vehicle for hire with driver, or a private hire. Historically, taxi sector has been regulated for many years, and regulation there has been very strong. There were quite a lot of requirements. For example, taxis have to be labeled so that any person could understand which car is a taxi and which is not. Also, companies that taxis can be owned by either private persons or small companies, but under the legislation, taxi operators cannot be big ones. Of course, there are also companies that bring together several small taxi companies, but in any case, these companies are not very big. A person can hail a taxi at any time in the street or take a taxi at the taxi rank. So you can catch a taxi whenever you want. Now, when it comes to taxi fares, they have also been regulated by local authorities. They usually set the minimum fares and the maximum fares. This does not depend on the demand. The number of licenses in that particular area has also been regulated, which means that there are certain quotas. Quite recently, we started having vehicles for hire with drivers. There are differences indeed. The biggest difference lies in that those cars have no distinctive signs. Therefore, it is difficult for people to identify where that car is a taxi or not. Also, under Spanish legal acts, taxi cars have to be of a certain model, whereas vehicles for hire with a driver can be of any car type. Some things have definitely changed, but still there were less requirements for vehicles for hire with driver. In Spain, we have Uber, Cabify, Bolt operators, and those private companies are big companies that have at least 50 licenses, 50 drivers, whereas taxis either work individually or are the representatives of small businesses. Another difference is that you cannot hail the VTC in the street. You have to call them by telephone. Moreover, vehicles for hire with driver cannot drive on taxi lanes or use other privileges for taxis. The taxes, the fares, are also different. Taxi fares have been determined by law, as I have said, whereas private hire drivers have not been determined because it is the company that sets the prices, the fares, and the fares fall when the demand decreases and the prices increase with every increase of demand. For example, in the mornings when there are few passengers, the prices will be lower, whereas in the evenings, in peak hours, the prices will be high. Previously, our regulatory framework was dedicated for taxis only, whereas now we also have a regulatory framework for VTCs. In all municipalities, local councils have to ensure that at least 5% or fraction thereof of taxi license are accessible vehicles and can provide services for persons with disabilities. So if a company has a very low number of drivers, even this 5% will be a huge number for them, and it would be very difficult for them to ensure that they meet this requirement. Of course, companies can adapt any vehicle for it to become wheelchair accessible, but of course it's not that easy. We do provide certain support for them, but the support is not huge. Electric vehicles or vehicles that pollute less receive more financial support than, let's say, support given for adapting the vehicle for persons with disabilities. Also, these accessible taxis have to provide priority to persons with disabilities. And from our experience, we know that it is very difficult to implement this provision. It is very difficult for public administration to identify where taxi operators provide priority to persons with disabilities over other passengers. We see that bigger taxi vehicles often take large groups of people or commute between the city and the airport rather than take persons with disabilities. This slide shows the information about cognitive accessibility, which means that any transport means have to provide information as to how to call a taxi. For example, a deaf person, a person with visual impairment has to get information how to call a taxi. We found it rather difficult to implement this provision for, let's say, for persons with hearing impairment. Moreover, what we found difficult was the changing of licenses. For example, we provide a license for a taxi, but let's say in 10 years' time, the driver who drove an accessible taxi replaced it by a simple ordinary vehicle, which means that that particular driver has to have his license replaced. Also, if a car has been working for 5 years, an ordinary car can be used for 5 years, whereas the wheelchair accessible vehicle can be used for 10 years. And now we see the situation that taxists, instead of inventing into wheelchair accessible vehicles, will invest into electric vehicles. We don't have many wheelchair accessible vehicles that are electricity driven. Well, I guess this is the task for the future, to ensure that we have electrical wheelchair accessible vehicles for people with disability. I do apologize for the slide. I see that it's difficult to see. But as I said, several years ago, there were no regulatory requirements for private drivers, for drivers of vehicles for hire, but now we have the regulatory framework for drivers of vehicles for hire. As I have said earlier, at least 5% of cars within the company have to be wheelchair accessible vehicles. Now, the legal acts provide that at least 5% of vehicles have to be accessible for persons with disabilities by 2030, which means that all the municipalities have to plan how they are going to achieve those targets. And as you see, the provisions set forth in the preceding paragraphs shall be planned by the competent authorities before the 1st of January 2024. If 1 out of 10 vehicles become wheelchair accessible, we will be able to achieve those 5%. Let me also mention that the previous commitment that was previously applied to taxis has been amended for drivers of vehicles for hire, which means that there is no requirement that there is a Now, these drivers of vehicles for hire have to have a platform so that persons with disabilities could call and order their services. We also have technical aspects as to how certain requirements, minimum requirements, have to be met. Judith is going to speak about certain requirements. There's also one more difference between a taxi and a private ride. Taxis, neither vans nor jeeps can be used as taxis. And wheelchair accessible vehicles can be used for transporting persons with disability only. This slide shows the standard UNE. It is similar to ISO standards. It establishes certain technical requirements, but the disadvantage is in that this standard is not a private one. It's not public. You have to purchase. The society is not aware of this standard. Maybe this standard is already is outdated because it was adopted 2014, because it reflects the requirements of car manufacturers. Thank you for your attention, and you apologize for taking too much of your time.
Thank you, Danielle. It was very interesting and very informative by making the difference between two types of vehicles of taxi and private hire. And now I would like to give the floor to Yudia Cesa. She is the Accessibility Officer of the Spanish Confederation of Persons with Physical and Organic Disabilities.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Ante todo, agradecer a Mónica la invitación a nuestro país, a la embajada.
I wish to thank Monica, first of all, for inviting us to Lithuania. And I also want to thank my organization that trusted me to send me here. In my presentation, I will be speaking about the social value when we speak about the accessible public transport, and also certain other factors that are crucial in order to ensure this public transport for all. I would like to wish the experience in Spain and experience in different cities, and will compare this to the experience I saw in Vilnius. And I also give you some tips and guidelines based on the problems that we face in Spain. We have many legal acts since we have been operating for many years in this area of accessibility. Since accessibility is a very important area, we have many regulations in place. Despite this, many changes happen, and the area is very volatile. Therefore, we have to constantly keep up with this change. I want to stress the social value when we speak about the accessible public transport. Efficient access to work and essential public services significantly impact on people's quality of life. And this impact is even greater for those with reduced mobility and those living in rural areas. People with a reduced mobility have to receive all the necessary services in order to be able to come to work. Especially people with limited mobility, accessible transport to work is extremely important. If they are given this possibility, they are not forced to feel the limitations of their disabilities. Therefore, we propose various alternatives. There is taxi services. Let me now speak about certain aspects that are related to the accessibility of taxis. I will also touch upon the Sustainable Development Goals in this context. I will not get deep into this, but Sustainable Development Goals are important to be reached. These goals are related to the accessibility of taxis. Access to taxi means that Any taxi services have to comply with the CO2 requirements, pollution requirements. And we are aiming at vehicles that are accessible to people with disabilities. And we are aiming to make those taxis into public transport in order to reduce traffic congestions and also to reduce the time of cruising for parking. If taxis as public transport services are insured, this would reduce CO2 emissions, traffic congestions, and also time spent for finding parking. Speaking about sustainable development goals, namely the 3rd, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and 17th, it means that all our services have to be in line with all those goals, ensuring health and well-being, decent work and economic growth. These goals have to be ensured for all the people, but especially for people with disabilities. Goal 8 speaks about decent work and in order to ensure this goal, legislative framework needs to be put in place. Goal number 10 is the reduction of inequality. This is very important. We have to ensure equal opportunities for all. Goal number 17 addresses partnerships for the goals. This means that public transport needs to be accessible to all, and we have to cooperate in order to achieve it. For people with limited mobility, should be able to use public transport on a daily basis. And such transport is very important for people living in rural areas. We also have to promote private services such as ride sharing. We're also aiming at making taxi services accessible for all. These are several examples of Spanish experience. I will present some specific cases. While speaking about the general context of Spain, the changes in the area of mobility have been implemented in line with the mobility strategy. I don't want to get deeper into this, but one of the key issues here, or key axes here, is multimodal transport and transport relations in Europe. There's a Galileo system in place for that. The mobility strategy is the basis for sustainable mobility law. And the adoption of this law in Spain is underway. And we see it as a transformation into the future in the area of mobility. Instead of increasing regulation, we want to be innovative in this area. Transformation does not mean that we are spontaneous in Spain. There are European general requirements that set out guidelines for action. On the European Union level, Spain adopted the horizontal law on accessibility. Now I'd like to speak about the problems that Spain faced. First, we have the problem related to dimensions in terms of accessible taxi services. As Daniel has said, we have numerous pieces of legislation and levels. But when it comes to actual services, it is very difficult to achieve something or to get access to a service. For example, ordering the service or waiting for the service to be provided. So these are the problems that need to be considered in each on individual case by case basis. I don't want to get deeper into the technical dimensions. These are ISO standards. I wanted to show this graph. Well, this is a very technical drawing, and here you can see a wheelchair of an old type. Now you can see wheelchairs that are completely different on the streets. The reality is changing, and therefore the services need to change accordingly. And these are standards that exist in Spain, UNE standards. And these set requirements for the dimensions of accessible vehicles. As you can see, this requirement was amended in 2019. Because motor wheelchairs are very popular now. For this, we had to amend the requirement in order to ensure that motor wheelchair can be used to access different spaces. You can see the existing models. Well, these are a bit different from the drawing that I showed you. When we spoke about the length and width of the wheelchair, the same was said about electric or motor wheelchairs. A lot of tourists come to Spain, and there are many old age or disabled people among them, and they use such wheelchairs. And as you can see, the wheels are very small, and It is very difficult for people using such wheelchairs to access taxis or buses or other transport means. The blue one is used mostly by young people that have mobility problems, and here the biggest problem is the height, because this is a replaceable chair, replaceable seat. Our regulations set out only the width and the length of this wheelchair, and the height parameters were not considered. And as you can see, new types of vehicles emerge, and the problem of height can also be seen. In small cities, the major problem is although the city complies with the 5% requirement of accessible vehicles, but small cities also have to ensure that adapted transport is available 24/7. And small cities really face this problem. If, for example, in small cities or towns, only 3 or 4 such vehicles exist, and it might be problematic to provide this accessible service 24/7. In big cities, problems are quite different. Another case that is very well known to me, in one touristic city of Cadiz with 111,000 inhabitants. Most probably Lithuania has such cities. So the city of Cadiz found it difficult to reach the 5% requirement of accessible vehicles. The municipalities funded the increase of the vehicle fleet of accessible vehicles. Cadiz is a tourist city with cruise ships coming in and tourists coming in. This city can be reached by sea and land. Accessible taxis can be also used for small groups of people of 7 to 9. Therefore, we see the applications for licenses for carrying tourist group. Although the priorities of such vehicles should be to carry people with disabilities. It is very difficult to ensure that this priority is being complied with. The number of obligatory licenses for accessible vehicles was increased to 7% as a result. But the monitoring of the actual use of accessible vehicles is very difficult. Another example is of Zaragoza city in Spain with 694,000 inhabitants. This city is aiming at increasing the number of licenses for accessible vehicles. the bonus system was implemented to achieve this goal. Municipal authorities pay a certain bonus of 70% for a maximum number of passengers per year, which ensures that these taxis are mostly used by old age people or by people with disabilities. And this is the way to increasing the number of accessible services for people with disabilities. We had different campaigns in the largest cities in Spain, in Madrid. They were very creative in terms of the use of accessible vehicles, for example, in the holiday season, when accessible vehicles transported people from old age facilities and people with limited mobility. And people had the opportunity to travel across the city. So this is a very creative way of using an accessible vehicle. Now returning it back to the social value. Due to the pandemic, the existing regulations needed to be amended so that taxis could provide more services for people with disabilities, especially with organic disabilities. For example, people with organic disabilities had to reach hospitals and get health services. So we had taxis that would serve such people and were used to bring them to cater food for them or to bring medications, and legislation had to be amended for that in Madrid and elsewhere. And we also understood that extensive regulations also entail some problems because it is difficult to amend them when needed. So this is the example of a European disability card. It has been approved recently and will be soon used. This is a general card for persons with disabilities. It will be used in different countries, which will make it easier for people to access accessible vehicles in different parts of Europe. This is a common joint European solution in order to ensure more freedom and more autonomy for people with disabilities everywhere. In conclusion, the current situation of changes in the area of mobility will also help us to create low emission zones in cities. In cities where traffic is limited, public transport can be used instead. For this, we need to ensure the renewal of the taxi fleet and green taxi fleet to ensure less pollution. And we also need new innovative regulation in order to look for new solutions So we also face certain challenges in this area. Challenges include new types of wheelchairs with new technical characteristics. Our legislation also needs to be adapted to this new reality, and this also poses a certain challenge. Technological platforms and apps need to be accessible for all so that people with different types of disabilities can access them. Accessible multimodality is extremely important. All these changes that are underway in the area of mobility should be a step forward This should ensure the equality of all the people. So that brings me to the end. I presented our experience and also mistakes that we've made. Adapted taxi vehicles are very important for all the people, for all the society as a whole. Our objective is to prevent the creation of new barriers for people with disability. We saw the negative examples of barriers created during the pandemic. The renewal of a taxi vehicle fleet is also a possibility to improve things and to change the old attitudes. It is very important to leave no one behind. This is the core principle that we need to follow. We also need to comply with the international legislation and national documents that you're well aware of. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Judith and Daniel. And for keeping up with the time, we still have 1 minute, and I wonder whether you have any questions to our Spanish representatives. There's one, I see. I am Juozas Barnatavičius. Good afternoon. I am the head of the Paraplegic Association of Lithuania. I have a question. You mentioned that taxi companies and vehicles with drivers are obliged to provide the services, but we do understand that there is a need for accessible vehicles. Now, I wonder whether the adapting the vehicle is cost of the vehicle adaptation lies on the company or on the, let's say, government.
Sí, existen subvenciones para adaptar los vehículos.
Yes, there are certain grants to adapt the vehicles to become accessible, but this is not done by the central government, but by the municipality. So all this is done at the municipal, at local government level. And yes, it is very important to provide such grants to reduce taxes for all this to happen. This funding was an important factor in updating the car fleet and in adapting the vehicles to the needs of persons with disabilities. We hope that this will be reflected in our laws. these grants are very similar to grants for electric cars. Applications for grants for electric cars were more numerous than applications for adapting vehicles for persons with disabilities. So we now want to make sure that there are more grants for adapting their cars. Did you receive the grant or a certain tax incentives, or was that a complex of everything?
Son las dos cosas. Una subvención directa que depende de cada...
There are two things, both direct grants and through taxes, through certain tax incentives. Tax incentives depend, tax incentives have been governed at the national level, whereas the size of the grant has been regulated at the municipal level. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your answers. And now we have a short break until 11:30. I hope that you'll have time for a cup of coffee. And we are coming back for the continuation of the conference at 11:30.
Tai jau noriu pakviesti visus į salę.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am kindly inviting you to take your seats because it's already even a bit 11:30.
Gerai būtų. Tai sveiki sugrįžę po...
Welcome back after the coffee break. And in the first part, we listened to two presentations related to the experience of Spain. And I am now very happy that we have two guests online from Ireland. It's Wendy Thompson and Joanne Carthy.
Are you here with us?
I can hear you perfectly. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Šalia manęs ir...
Right beside me, I have Ambassador of Ireland, Her Excellency she rose. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Wendy Thompson, who is the Director of Transport Regulation. Wendy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much also for inviting me here. It's an honor to be invited to share the journey of the Irish regulatory story with you, and it was a pleasure to have listened to your earlier speakers. Ireland has a lot in common with Spain, so I have just deleted a lot of my presentation, as it's already been covered, to get into the stronger flesh of the regulatory system in Ireland. Articles 9 and 20 have been discussed very well by all speakers already. And of course, there is a lot more to be done in relation to the CRPD framework to promote equal rights and to seek to ensure the greatest possible independence for persons with disabilities in all areas of life. But predominantly for today, what I've been asked to discuss and give a few points on from our own system is those who need access to accessible transportation, particularly small public service vehicles, taxis, hackneys and limousines. And I really hope that some of the points I cover today will be helpful in your own regulatory journey. I've separately sent on our legislation in detail, our specifications, and some of the detailed information that we won't have time to talk about today, that's available to everyone. And indeed, of course, I'm available to anyone at a later date with any questions or queries. Now, I've tried to keep my slides as graphic as possible, but there is one slide that is very text heavy that we'll actually spend quite a bit of time on. And just to give you a feel for the Irish system, there are a number of national Irish transport strategies which are in place. up as far as 2042. Again, in today's time, it wouldn't be possible to examine them. And I'll be focusing on the output of the rural development policy from an accessibility perspective, and the national sustainable mobility policy, which has as principle to people-focused mobility, and specifically at Goal 6 to take a whole of journey approach to mobility, promoting inclusive access for all. Our target under that National Sustainable Mobility Policy for 2025 is to expand the number of wheelchair accessible vehicles in the SPSV fleet by 25% by the end of 2025. And this strong target moves on with the Department of Transport with our aim to have 100% service availability with full access in cities by 2035. My area of the National Transport Authority, whilst as the director I have to be over a number of different areas, but my specific area is that of regulation. And that includes strategy and policy, licensing, enforcement, and all prosecutions. And you can see from the slide there that branded taxis, and I won't go into that branding, etc. too much because it's very similar to what our colleagues from Spain said, but also commercial buses, vehicle clamping, the regulation and enforcement of EU passenger rights across maritime, rail and bus, coach, particularly for people with a disability. And soon we'll be doing micro mobility and pedicabs. We also look after all transport prosecutions nationwide for all manner of breaches, including disability related matters. And the bottom there just shows you all the other things NTA is involved with that we can have a chat about at a later date. I would like to just show the SPSV legal system in Ireland. And the SPSV means Small Public Service Vehicles. And small public service vehicles are those vehicles which take between 4 and 8 passengers only in addition to the driver. It's a situation, I was asked particularly to discuss the evolution of the accessibility legislation, and it started really in 1930s. And from 1930 to 2004, there were many legal and government actors and many disparate laws between local authorities throughout the country and the local police. But in 2004, the Commission for Taxi Regulation was set up specifically to focus on national taxi and private hire legislation. And similar to Spain, taxis are available on street, at ranks, hailing or calling on street, as well as pre-booked, and they are the vast majority of the SPSV industry in Ireland. Hackneys and limousines make up a much smaller percentage. They must be pre-booked, and as with Spain, they are non-distinguishable except for their license details in the front and rear of the vehicle, but are fully licensed and fully regulated by the NTA and may only be called on a pre-booked basis. Pre-booked used to mean going into a radio company or telephoning a radio company, but as we know now, platforms and apps like FreeNow, Uber, and Bolt are available, as well as most of the older dispatch companies and radio companies having their own small local apps. So following that, the National Transport Authority was brought into being in 2009 with responsibility for every public transport there was, except those under the CTO, or the Commission for Taxi Regulation, and the taxi element. In 2011, the NTA, which I joined in 2014, took over the Commission for Taxi Regulation and all its staff to bring all public transport to a national level within the country. And we have very specific legislation. The Taxi Regulation Acts, which are our primary legislation, are drafted and enacted by the Department of Transport with the input and advice of the NTA. And there's one real act which was then amended in 2016, and it started in 2013. And one of the amendments in 2016 was that anyone who applies for the grant of a license for a wheelchair accessible vehicle, or as we call it, a WAV, must give a written undertaking to give, as far as is possible, priority to the carriage of a person with a physical or sensory disability which affects the mobility of that person, and to ensure that the driver of that vehicle gives reasonable assistance to these persons when entering and alighting from the vehicle. Also at law, one of the main NTA functions is to promote access to, the availability of, the affordability of, and priority in booking or hiring of small public service vehicles by persons with disabilities. So first and foremost, and right in the front line, since 2013, and even prior to that in Ireland, since before 2003, our previous legislation, wheelchair accessible vehicles were a very important part of our work and of the availability of vehicles to everybody. However, we also have delegated authority to create our own secondary legislation. So I write the statutory instruments in line with the Taxi Advisory Committee, a member of which is Joan from the Irish Wheelchair Association, although I know she's handing that to one of her colleagues shortly, given the amount of good work she does and her workload. And also TUAG, the Taxi Users Advisory Group, which again, Joan sits on. And in those regulations, we have at Regulation 37 and right throughout, the holder of a wheelchair accessible taxi license or a wheelchair accessible hackney license shall give priority to bookings in respect of persons with disabilities, including those people who wish to travel in their wheelchairs. And we've also put in a secondary section that we can prosecute under the obligations for discrimination within the meaning of the Equal Status Act against any passenger or intending passenger, including those who wish to travel in their wheelchairs. Now, part of the brief here that was given to me included ride sharing and car sharing. Ride sharing covers many modes of transport, but I understand it here to be a private transport service provision by individuals in their private cars. This is and has always been prohibited in Ireland. Anybody who gives small public service vehicle transport services, including anything to do with individuals in cars, must be regulated by the NTA and must be licensed by An Garda Síochána, which is our police force. There is one very small exception to that. It is still regulated by NTA, but there is a position for non-commercial personal vehicle sharing where it is voluntary for a local community and no payment is made, no charges are made by any platform or any drivers, completely voluntary. Only a small contribution towards fuel may be made so that the provider won't be out of pocket, the volunteers won't be out of pocket. Now, FreeNow, Bolt, Uber, all operate here in Ireland and are all very welcome and very important parts of our regulated society here. However, all can only work with fully licensed and regulated drivers and vehicles. What we aim for, number one, is public safety and consumer protection, together with equity, for the industry, the drivers, the operators, and all people, whether or not they are living with a disability or not. So it's really important, just to clarify, and I'll run through it very quickly, all hackney, taxi, limousine, private hire or public hire drivers here have criminal checks by An Garda Síochána, otherwise called vetting, for all new applicants, and every 5 years. They must sit a driver entry test, which as of this year now has a disability awareness training module for all new applicants. They have continuous tax and clearance, continuous medical declaration, working hours limits, and insurance for hire and reward. And they are the things that we believe are not possible for private individuals providing private services who are not regulated. In terms of the vehicles, and the same goes there, there is a national car test for the roadworthiness provided by the Road Safety Authority every year or every 6 months for our vehicles, and a specific SPSV suitability to cover vehicle specification, including specifics for wheelchair accessible vehicles in terms of ramps, anchorages, size, openings, entry and exits, chairs, etc. And then if a vehicle is over 10 years old, those 2 annual tests go to a 6 monthly test to ensure condition and quality remain the same. In taxi and hackney, our maximum age rules are 10 years for standard saloon or multi-person carrier vehicles and 15 years for wheelchair accessible vehicles. And there must, of course, continue to be tax clearance for the holders of those licenses. Now, just to give an idea of where Dublin and Ireland sit in relation to the amount of SPSVs we have per capita, you can see there that of similar jurisdictions, Ireland has 3.7 SPSVs per 1,000 capita, which ranks 3rd amongst like countries, with only Scotland and England having more. Now, Ireland has about 6 million people in a dispersed rural situation, which is very much like England and Scotland. And then on the right-hand side, as you look at it, you can see that Dublin is with Manchester is the 4th largest at 7.2 SPSVs per 1,000 capita in like cities and jurisdictions across the Western Europe in particular. So taxi versus private hire, we look after about 50,000 licenses per annum, because we also look after all dispatch operators across the country and license them, including the big ones I've mentioned and all the local ones. What you'll see there is some actual figures rather than just percentages and rather than just per capita. And the differences between taxi and private hire are very similar. However, we are nationally licensed. It's not for local authorities, and there are no caps on licenses and no barriers to entry. So the piece in red there shows when COVID hit us and how figures went down when COVID hit us. So I'm going to just move on to show just down the bottom there, the bottom left, you can see how many taxis, public car vehicles we have versus how many wheelchair accessible vehicles we have, and then how many hackneys we have versus how many wheelchair accessible hackneys we have. So apart from and they all need to be added together as a total, it's not a percentage. So our percentage at the moment, it was up until the end of last year, it was 21%, but 22% of public hire taxis, which can be pre-booked as well, are wheelchair accessible. But if you add the two together, that reduces slightly to 19%. This is the piece where we will have the majority of our discussion, and I'm just checking my time here. And it's where I need to give you the history, how things have changed, the provisions we've put in through both legislation and actual practical assistance to try and ensure that we are improving all the time in the services that we provide to those people with disabilities who have to or wish to travel in their wheelchairs. Because there are, we look at it as a cohort of 3 groups: those who have no need to or will not be using public transport and traveling in taxis, hackneys, in their wheelchairs because either they can't, they have their own private mobility, or it's not something that they wish to do. Then a second cohort who use wheelchairs but are happy to transfer and have the ability, of course, to transfer from their wheelchair into a seat in a taxi or a hackney, and that the wheelchair can be placed in the boot of the vehicle, and every SPSV wheelchair, taxi, hackney or limousine must be able to take a folded wheelchair in its boot. If that is not possible because of either the size or the specification and entry and exit for the boot, there is no ability to have a wheelchair accessible vehicle. To have a vehicle at all, I should say, not a wheelchair accessible vehicle. And then there is the third category, and the category we're talking about mostly today, and that is where people wish to or have to, whilst taking taxis, remain seated in their wheelchairs, and that is the cohort we are talking about today. Now, since 2010, in Ireland, no new taxi or hackney vehicles licenses, no new licenses may be provided unless the vehicle is wheelchair accessible. And when that came in 2010, in June 2010, the wheelchair accessible vehicle specification was the large wheelchair accessible vehicle, which had a capacity for 1 wheelchair with its occupant and 3 further additional passengers. In 2014, having seen the experience, despite grants in 2011, which attempted but did not succeed in bridging the gap between the cost of setting up with a saloon car vehicle and a wheelchair accessible vehicle, we changed our specifications, and indeed this has all gone into yourselves, all the changes and so on, because it's too much to go through here. But we changed it to smaller minimum specifications for wheelchair accessible vehicles, which were 1 person in a wheelchair with 1 additional person. So we have reduced the size, and I'll talk about that more. What we did then was we changed the wheelchair accessible grants, and I joined in 2014. So this is very much something I'm very, very keen on, and very much my baby, and something that I advocate hugely. Back then, to bridge the gap between a converted vehicle that can take a wheelchair and a saloon vehicle was up to €7,500 per vehicle. And that is the grant that there was from 2014 to 2022. And I'll show some of those stats later on. But with all the COVID pandemic, geopolitical, energy and climate changes that occurred, the costs of those wheelchairs went up a lot. And I increased that grant to up to €17,500 per vehicle, again, in an attempt to bridge that gap and make sure that it wasn't a barrier to entry. Now, there is also electric vehicle grants, so you can indeed get up to €42,500 against an electric wheelchair accessible vehicle. But as we know, there are many difficulties and very limited availability of wheelchair accessible vehicles that are electric. So we only brought 16 of those in 2023, despite the grants being there. We also brought in compulsory disability awareness training. And having spoken with the IWA and Joan and her colleagues in the Irish Independent Living Association, together with a number of other people, we made sure to include in our tenders for this training, which is provided by the Wheelchair Association, a lived experience. And the start of the training being with somebody who does use a wheelchair, who can take away that fear of what do we do? How do we do it? What is appropriate? What is inappropriate? Do we have to touch people? Do we ask, etc.? How this all works, together with the practical assistance module of how to use anchorages, doors, etc., that is associated with any grants. And you cannot get the grant without that compulsory disability awareness training and practical assistance module from the Irish Wheelchair Association. That disability awareness training is also free to any SPSV operator, new or existing. And as of this year, we have a compulsory free disability awareness training programme for all new driver licence applicants, whether they are going to drive a saloon vehicle, a wheelchair accessible vehicle, or a limousine. So that's a very important step. And will be rolled out to all drivers, even when they renew every 5 years. But we are starting this year for all new driver licence applicants as the pilot. We also have vastly reduced wheelchair accessible vehicle licence application and renewal fees since 2014. And by way of example, if you were able, and you currently are not, but if you were able to purchase a taxi license without it being wheelchair accessible, that would cost you €6,300. However, for the wheelchair accessible vehicle taxi or hackney license, that is reduced to €125. We have also this year brought in there was always a fine, an on-the-spot fine for the unreasonable refusal of an intending passenger in a wheelchair, but we didn't feel it was enough. We didn't feel it was sufficiently, the gravity of the fine was sufficient for the seriousness of the offence. And our maximum under legislation for the on-the-spot fines is €250 per offence. And we brought that in on the 1st of January 2023. I keep forgetting it's 2024 now, I beg your pardon, and January 2023. And that has been extremely beneficial. And we did a full public consultation, went out to 250 disability groups around that public consultation to ensure that we got a say from everybody, together with speaking on the advisory committee with Joan and with her colleagues, directly, and ensuring that that was a possibility. Also, we can fine under the 2000 Equal Status Act here for discrimination for disability, and we take prosecutions where somebody doesn't pay the fine immediately for each offence. And normally you find drivers are very good, but there are the rotten apples, and they do either have a fear or some other reason why they don't want to take people in wheelchairs, irrespective of the conditions of service, etc. And you will find that they have a number of these fines given to them, but brought in a cluster to the Irish courts so that one judge hears many of the same for the same individual. And that has proved very successful. We also have an online, I should just say on the previous one, if it's a thing that the fine isn't paid within 28 days, or up to 100% more, so €500 up to 56 days, we immediately prosecute and take them to court. There are no exceptions. And in court, it is completely up to the judge as what he wants to grant per offence or per group of offences. It would normally be in the thousands. Then we have put in place an online WAV provider register. And I'll talk to you about that a little bit later, but there is a link directly to the complaints page where a user does not, where a user can go to complain. As mentioned, we have the accessibility representatives on SPSVs on the major groups for decision making, and training and responsibilities towards passengers with a disability continuously go out through our newsletters and updates. Now, one of the important pieces relates specifically to service provision, because vehicle penetration or numbers in the fleet is only one axis of accessibility, and 22% penetration or 22% of vehicles in the fleet is a huge share compared to international comparisons. Even in cities like London, which have 15,000 iconic black cabs, they also have 89,000 mini cabs, which have less than 0.0% WAV availability. So we're looking at a combination throughout England of about 7 to 12%, with Scotland doing the best. But what I need to do now is get wheelchair accessible vehicles to the people who need them at the time they need them, where they need them. And that service provision is a key focus for our compliance with overt and covert operations nationwide, and our specifically trained workforce for WAV-related service investigations. So they go to a specific unit to ensure that there is enough to be able to bring these fines and prosecutions. So as I've said, in 2014, there was 5.3% of taxis, but only 4% of taxis and private hire. And now we're up to 22% and 19%. And you can see the difference there in the large vehicles at the top, which were the only ones prior to 2014, and the smaller vehicle for one wheelchair user and one person that was brought in from 2014 on. It's got to be remembered in all cases that all vehicles that are wheelchair accessible are fully accessible to fully mobile people. So it isn't two areas. Everybody benefits from having wheelchair accessible vehicles. And very quickly, the vehicle grant aid and the grant allocations, at the moment, we have paid, and we don't have 2024 here, and I see that my timer is telling me I've only a minute or two left. 23 million since 24 has been paid, with that 3,367 new vehicles added to the fleet, and upgrades and replacements of older vehicles at 700, giving out 4,000 grants in the amounts I mentioned before. This is our wheelchair accessible vehicle register, and as you can see, any holder of a license must by law be on this register with their telephone number, email address, booking details, in order to have a wheelchair accessible vehicle. If this does not occur, their license is suspended and ultimately revoked if not provided. The WAV operator, if they decline to offer the services, you simply click there, are brought into the complaints page and can make a direct report and complaint to our WAV task force. Select an area of operation. So for Joan and I, it would often be Dublin within this. For yourselves today, it would be Vilnius within, if this was within Lithuania. To have it to hand without having to go online, you can export it to Excel with all the details, having done a search and found every local driver to you. It's then very possible to set up a rapport and a relationship with that driver, and that is what we think is really important in service provision. We did just mention that it wasn't just in relation to wheelchairs. There are other disabilities that are visible or invisible, and for invisible ones, particularly when there's we just need a little bit extra time and understanding. For any wheelchair user or not, there is a just a minute card which can say exactly why people need a little bit more space to interact with public service providers. And another piece that is very important for us is the nationwide driver check app. So when you are using a taxi, hackney or a limousine, you can look up the taxi roof sign number, the registration of the vehicle, or the large license number of the driver, which is in the front windscreen, and check to see if they are licensed, registered with NTA appropriately, whether the picture of the driver that you see on screen is actually the person who is driving the vehicle, and immediately report if that is not the case. That goes to our compliance team, who deal with it on either immediately or the next working day, depending on the time. That is very important because there it also shows whether the vehicle is wheelchair accessible or not. So I have absolutely no problem taking any questions later on, but for now I know I've exceeded my time, and I'll hand back to the conference leaders.
Ačiū labai.
Thank you, Wendy, for your presentation, which was very extensive. It was interesting to learn and to hear about 100% of adaptability so far. 5% is our dream to be achieved. We hope that this car fleet will increase in Lithuania, but it is very positive to see those good examples and best practices in other countries. This gives me more courage to move forward in Lithuania in achieving my goals and objectives. Now, since we don't have much time, I would like to give the floor to John Carthy. She is the advocacy manager of the Irish Wheelchair Association, and later on we will ask questions that will be directed to the representatives from Ireland.
Thank you very much for having me here this morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joan Carthy, and I'm the National Advocacy Manager with Irish Wheelchair Association. And I suppose just to share a little bit about myself, and then we'll go on to, I suppose, looking at what our strategic plan is, and what a little bit about our work and our partnership, which is why I was asked to talk here about our partnership with FreeNow, the taxi company, and then what is needed. So I'm a wheelchair user myself. I was involved in a road traffic accident when I was 21. So since then, I've been an advocate for people with disabilities, initially setting up an organisation for people with a spinal cord injury specifically, and then moving on to work with Irish Wheelchair Association as the advocacy manager. So a lot of my work is in relation to trying to influence policy. And that falls under all sorts of things, and transport being one of them. I suppose just a little bit about Irish Wheelchair Association and our strategy. So our vision is that people with disabilities are able to enjoy the rights, choices and opportunities in whatever way they wish to do so, and in a country which would be a model for worldwide for a truly inclusive society. So people are at the heart of everything that we do, and it is enshrined in our values. So our strategic objectives for the next few years and moving forward, culture is a hugely important piece, and that runs from the right through to the people who we provide services for, advocacy and services being, I suppose, side by side, advocacy is a hugely important piece for people with disabilities and making sure that their voices are heard. Our work at a glance, we provide assisted living services, so personal assistance services across Ireland for over 2,000 people, adults and children. We provide driving lessons for 257 people last year. We have community services centres. We have 58 of those throughout the whole country, and they service 2,512 people weekly. We're an approved housing body, and we manage 51 wheelchair accessible affordable homes. We provide daily transport services for our centres nationwide using 123 accessible buses. And IWA Sport supports 24 sports clubs across 31 activity programmes. So services are what we do, but advocacy is who we are. So over the years, we have grown in our advocacy space, making sure that the voices of people with disabilities are heard at all levels through certain different campaigns. So we've housing campaigns, transport campaign that's running at the moment, which is more about the infrastructure as opposed to the fleets themselves. And as I said, we make representation on an ongoing basis to our government. So this, I suppose, really looks at how we run the advocacy space under four pillars. So we have research and policy development, political engagement, membership engagement and self-advocacy training, and public campaigns. And these are all underpinned by UNCRPD. This just kind of looks at a bit of our awareness space that moves through to action. So we have live stream podcasts for celebrating International Day of People with Disabilities. We have disability awareness in schools. We have housing campaigns along with transport campaigns. And just the piece in the middle there, it just looks at the pre-budget asks in relation to transport. So the reason I suppose I was asked to come today as well was to talk about the partnership that we had with Free Now, to look at the activities, how it worked, and maybe how it didn't work. So Free Now came to us as an organisation to see if there was any work that we could do together to improve people with disabilities journey and their interaction with the different taxi companies. So yes, there was a donation to Irish Wheelchair Association of €40,000 in 2021. There was €10,000 towards training grant, and that was kind of feeding people straight into our training centres for disability awareness training. We had 34 of their drivers attending them over the space of a year. Free Now hosted a conference, and we had 183 people at that. The people who attended the conference were people from the sector, people with disabilities, and on the panel we had people from all the different transport companies. In 2021, we put in submissions to the Oireachtas, and they were the piece in that, which I'll talk a little bit later about, is something that we feel quite strongly about, is that the government really need to look at the weighting that they give taxi operators when it comes to their transport for state use, where the weighting should really be much heavier towards wheelchair accessibility. Their staff got involved in our abseil, which raised €2,195 specifically from their staff, and then the in-kind, which the conference was at 30,000 spent. So this partnership work, yes, it did in the short term. Absolutely, there was extra funding for Irish Wheelchair Association. The conference raised the profile, and extra drivers were trained in disability awareness. So what didn't work? I suppose based on the individual and their experience across the board, people were still having major problems getting taxis, whether it was with Free Now or otherwise. But actually what came to light with Free Now specifically was that no matter what incentive was put in place, it didn't actually change driver behaviour. There were people out there who absolutely, at the drop of a hat, would come and pick somebody up with a disability. And there are other drivers out there that just won't, for all sorts of different reasons. So from that, it actually didn't change people's experience on the ground. And that's where I say they realised that no financial incentive for drivers changed the behaviour. So what needs to change? Working towards 100% accessible fleet is hugely important. I think as long as we don't have 100% accessible fleet, we will always end up where many drivers will take the easy option of picking somebody up with that doesn't have a disability, where they don't have to put the extra time into clamping people into the wheelchairs or into the taxis. And again, like I spoke about, applying a large weighting on taxi operators with accessible vehicles in the tender process when awarding the state contracts. We feel that this would make a huge difference in the amount of taxis that would come on the road, where there is that incentive for the larger taxi operators to make sure that there are wheelchair accessible taxis. From an Irish Wheelchair Association's point of view, people are at the heart of everything we do. It is hugely important that the voices of people with disabilities are heard. There has been an improvement, without a doubt, with the legislation that was brought in through NTA. But where we're at, there's a shortage of taxis across the board for everybody. And on the day, what we're finding is that people with disabilities aren't able to get to their hospital appointments. They're unable to socialise because there's no reliability in relation to the amount of taxis that are on the ground at the moment. So there's still a huge amount of work to be done. But we are lucky that we have the backing of the National Transport Authority, trying to push as much as possible and put funding into this space. Thank you.
Ačiū labai.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for sharing your experience. And now we still have some time. If you wish to ask, could you introduce yourself? I'm Žana Andreeva from Lithuanian Nursing Association. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentations. I saw that examples from both countries touched upon the differences of taxis and hire rides. Well, actually, the presenter from Ireland explained very well the situation. I appreciate that you focus much on stigmatization, prevention of stigmatization and discrimination. I want to ask whether licensed drivers have the requirement of having first aid certification. For example, if anything happens to a passenger, should they be able to provide first aid or medical aid for such persons?
Aš norėčiau.
Well, there is an answer of no. I want to ask a question. Maybe you have data on that. What is the percentage of people in Ireland use wheelchairs as a means of mobility? Because in Lithuania we don't have such data and we do not know the number of wheelchair users in Lithuania. Does Ireland have such a number of people, of wheelchair users?
Lithuania, we don't have that specific figure. We are looking to the Central Statistics Office to try and make sure that we can get that included in the next census. And we've been looking for it to be included. It's a huge deficit, and I suppose across the board, there is a deficit in disability statistics in Ireland.
We would echo that. It's one of the things that we find the most difficult to manage. Now, obviously, those numbers will be dynamic. Anybody can have an accident in any place at any time. But if it were a thing that we were in a position to focus, we do focus on the cities to an extent. We give more grants to those counties or jurisdictions that don't have many wheelchair accessible vehicle services. And we try to do it that way, but we have absolutely no visibility. We have always worked in line with the Irish Wheelchair Association on a basis in a country of 6 million, on a basis now, it's grown dramatically in the last number of years, but on the basis of sort of between 21 and 22,000 people who use wheelchairs, but in line with the breakout of who the breakout I gave earlier, who must use wheelchairs and want to use taxis, hackneys or limousines, who prefer to use their wheelchairs even though it may not be a necessity for them. That is their choice, and we should be able to service those people. So within those two cohorts, that's exactly what we want to know. How many people, where? And unfortunately, with the rural dispersion in Ireland, it makes it incredibly difficult to figure out how to ensure services are provided to the people who need them, where they need them and when they need them. And just in one slight correction, if I may, and it was probably the speed of my speech, I'll drop it into the notes section there. We have 22%, not 100% at the moment of taxis, but our aim is to get in cities to 100% by 2035, with an increase to 25% by the end of next year. So, gosh, we'd love to be there, but we do have to look at various other areas, which include, are SPS fees actually the best way to do this? Because where you see some really incredible results in Scandinavia, etc., that's based on contracted services in the main. So there's 28% accessibility in the Netherlands, but that is mainly based on contracted services direct from the government, and not your normal SPS fee on street individuals. So we're looking at a whole guise of things now to see how can we get the best services to the most people.
Ačiū, prašau, Renata.
I want to have
Thank you, Renata.
technical equipment of automobiles. The Spanish representatives have shared that right now they are facing this challenge because wheelchairs are currently becoming very different, right, in terms of technologies. So I'm interested in how Ireland has coped with this challenge.
So there's two ways that we've done it, and there's a third one underway at the moment. So, there's the types of the wheelchairs that were shown by the Spanish representatives, and I didn't go into that in any detail because it's the exact same for us. But there's also the larger motorized vehicles, larger motorized wheelchairs that some vehicles just aren't able to manage and deal with. Whilst we would love to be able to increase the mandatory specifications across all wheelchair vehicles, and the entire fleet, we have to be realistic and measurable and achievable in that, and look at a regulatory impact assessment of that and how many wheelchair accessible vehicles and their owners and drivers may actually leave the fleet if they had to increase to that size. Or may not come into the fleet if they had to go to those very specialised vehicles. And there are other options in Ireland for those specialised vehicles. So it's trying always to gain a policy balance between giving as much as we can to as many as we can, whilst retaining as much service as we can to do that. So that again is something we're looking at with the specifications, and you'll see in the regulations, and we have this under regulation, which I and my team can write, and change with full public consultation rather than having to go through the government to do that, which takes a lot longer. We have passed those, specifications over to the organisers of this morning so that anybody can see them and see where we are.
Dėkoju. Dar matau gal iš
Thank you. Maybe Rokas will be given the floor and then Juozas.
mikrofoną būtinai įsijunkite.
Can you switch on your microphone, please?
So thank you very much for your presentations and greetings from Lithuania. So I have a question. You mentioned a representative from the Wheelchair Association mentioned that all these finance initiatives which were held to change the mindset of drivers, it didn't work. So my question is, are you planning, or even if you're doing something, any other initiatives which could make a difference to change the whole community's mindset? So do you have any strategy or plan how to change that mindset and to think about disabilities not as not a business case, but as mandatory thing?
I suppose maybe Wendy might answer some of that, but for myself, I suppose really I just wanted to make the distinction between the taxi company that we were working with and the incentive that they were giving to their drivers as opposed to the incentives in relation to the grants from the National Transport Authority, which definitely has made a difference. The incentives I was talking about was that for a driver themselves, if they picked up a person who's a wheelchair user and they were linked in with one of the apps based booking systems, they didn't have to pay the levy into the taxi company. They were also, there was initiative brought out with that taxi company that they would pay an extra €20 to the driver themselves for every wheelchair accessible or wheelchair pickup that they did, and it didn't change the figures at all. So that's what I was saying. It really wasn't changing the behavior of the individuals. And I think the other thing is, while it's really good to have the prosecution being taken very, very seriously by the NTA, a huge part of the problem is actually being able to get complaints through, especially since a lot of the taxis are working through apps. It is very hard to actually say that somebody has refused to pick you up, but we know where people have booked taxis and they have been dropped. They've been told that they will be picked up, and then a couple of minutes later, that has been cancelled from the driver's point of view because they've gone to somewhere else. And that side of it is really, really hard to police. So it's really hard, I suppose, to get a strong figure of complaints or refusals in relation to the taxi drivers. But I just wanted to make the distinction that the incentives I was talking about were very much based on taxi company to their own drivers, as opposed to grants that are available from the National Transport Authority.
From our perspective, all of the dispatch operators that we would have regular contact with have removed that commission, which is up to 15% per trip, because they are trying. One of the things that the drivers say is that it takes much longer to load and unload the vehicle with the wheelchair, and that then has an effect on their earning capacity. Now, they are not allowed to charge more, obviously, for loading and unloading the wheelchair, ratcheting it down, bringing the person and so on. It's just, that just would be totally inequitable. So a lot of that piece is dealt with to an extent. However, where we feel the two real areas are in the initial financing, of course, yeah, put that to one side. But the two issues are the training and the lived experience. And you cannot get a grant without having gone through that training and worked with people who are using wheelchairs and physically understanding that there is nothing to be nervous about. You are not going to offend. It's really making people comfortable with something that they may have no experience of. And I absolutely hear what Joan is saying in relation to the enforcement and complaints about refusal. Just last week, I got 3 complaints about refusal. Now, refusals happen all the time in Ireland at the moment, where somebody accepts any type of app booking, but then sees somebody on the street and cancels the app booking because they don't have to pay the up to 12 to 15% commission. So they're cancelling left, right and centre for street work, which is much more valuable to them at the moment because we have such a supply of taxis, except for one particular period of night. But we have one lady from last week who had 3 drivers, she believes, cancel on her, and she was able to take their numbers. This was actually in relation to a guide dog rather than a wheelchair, but it is the same principle. All 3 of those drivers, following interview by our specific task force and the compliance officers attached to it, were given the €250 fines on the basis of probability that this was what occurred. One is continuing to court to fight his own defence. That's absolutely fine. The other 2 paid immediately, and that is in our newsletters to show that the enforcement is there and is real. So all of that is kind of the stick and the carrot, as well as the financial aid. So everybody having either the ability or the compulsory nature of training, hopefully with the lived experience and talking to somebody, getting the first part from somebody sitting in a wheelchair, talking through their experiences, and secondly then the non-compulsory for the current existing wheelchair drivers, any drivers, which will become compulsory for all new people this year and is going to be compulsory for the whole fleet on renewal.
Ačiū labai už atsakymą.
Thank you indeed for your answers. Well, it seems that you have given us some food for thought. I now have some questions or some ideas that I had not thought before the conference itself. As you have mentioned, the taxi arrives, but when once the driver sees that the person is with disability, then it refuses to take the person. Thank you for your answers. Now, I wonder whether you have any feedback from service providers, from taxi companies, hackney operators. How many people with disabilities use their services? And now, when it comes to fares, did I get that right, that the fares are different? And that you don't have a unanimous fare for taking persons with disabilities?
I'll take the first part of that, the last part of that first. We have a national maximum taxi fare that applies to everybody. For pre-booked, it can be, for hackneys, there's no problem. That can be decided between the individuals beforehand. But for any taxi, whether it's pre-booked or not, there is a national maximum that there is, and they cannot go over that. They can discount, but they cannot go over it. And that happens every 2 years. And when we talk to both the users and the drivers on our driver and user surveys, we apply a weighting towards wheelchair accessible vehicle drivers and those people who wish to use a wheelchair accessible vehicle. We have a strong weighting towards that to ensure that we get enough information about that. We also did surveys in 2020 with the Irish Wheelchair Association in relation to and the independent living movement in Ireland to gather better policy data. And in 2022, we went out for a public consultation, and we at the moment have that driver and user survey ongoing. But what I will say in terms of your earlier question and taxi companies giving us information on the service requests, we have that. We actually have a new lot of that coming through at the moment. Our biannual talks with the bigger dispatch operators are throughout March and April. What we have to date is only 1.7 to 3% of requests are from people who wish to travel or need to travel in their wheelchair. So it is a very, very small amount. And this again speaks to us not knowing why, how many people there are that we would like to service and that we intend to service, or where they are. So it's a very small, very, very small amount, but we want there to be universal service availability. So if we can get that, maybe not the whole fleet is 100%, but the service availability locally is 100%, particularly in cities, that would be a fantastic step. And then we can move on to the next step. So we have to take this in bite-size pieces.
Thank you so much. Joan, I thought you wanted to add something to what has already been said. Am I right?
I suppose the number of people who want to use taxis or need wheelchair accessible taxis, it's a bit of a chicken and egg. A lot of people won't ring for them because they fear, or won't use them because they feel that the service is not there or they're going to be let down. So it really, I suppose, the figure that we would have wouldn't be a true reflection of the need that's actually out there. Because we've been in a situation for so long where we've been let down by taxi drivers, taxi companies, and there's not enough out there to service people with disabilities. So it may not be a full reflection of the actual need, but it's showing what the amount of people are looking and using them at the moment.
Thank you. You mentioned figure 21,000 of persons who use wheelchairs, because I believe the figure is different, because with a population of almost 3 million, the figure in Lithuania is also very high. And as far as I know, over 7 new wheelchairs have been given to persons with disabilities over 1 year. So we can simply, just guess the number of people using wheelchairs in Lithuania. And I believe that the number of such people using wheelchairs in Ireland is much higher. Thank you very much for your participation, for sharing your experience, but we have to move forward with the next part of our conference. Now, we'll have to look into the situation in Lithuania. I am very happy, therefore, that we have Simona Aginskaitė, who is the moderator of this next part, and we are going to speak about the services and the availability of a hail right for persons with disabilities. Thank you very much, Madam Ošmianskienė, for your initiative and for your focus on this very important topic. This topic has not been covered sufficiently previously. Last week we presented our report to the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania, and we expressed our satisfaction with the achievements that have been made in the recent years. Now, having in mind the achievements of Spain and Ireland, we see that this particular area in Lithuania has been neglected very much. I am truly grateful to the guests from Ireland and Spain for sharing their experience, for sharing the path that you have taken. But this brings us some hope that we will be able to achieve something similar. So thank you once again. And we now have an hour for our discussion. Now I'll inform you on the structure of the discussion. First, we will talk about the experience of persons with disabilities in gaining access to transport services, as well as the legislation framework in Lithuania, what it is like now and what it could be in the future. We would also look into the experience of transport service providers and maybe into the enforcement of laws. First, let me give the floor to Ramūnė Ovala from the community of persons with disabilities. Well, Ramūnė is absent today. She was not able to come. I do apologize for that. She's taking part online. Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation. As I was listening to the representatives of Spain and Ireland, I thought that we still have very much to achieve. You know, every time I hear Lithuanian success stories in the European Union in 20 years' time, I feel sad. I feel sad when we take pride in the financial indicators, in the extent of investment. But the problem is that we have not met the demands that we faced 20 years ago. The problems that we faced 20 years ago have not been addressed. They have remained the same. There have been quite a lot of reforms. There have been a lot of projects. But I would like to take note that instead of real overhaul, instead of real tangible results, instead of making things here and now, we have not achieved anything. I can participate in the conference online just because my husband is not able to leave his workplace and to come home and to take me to the Lithuanian Parliament. Now, when it comes to my personal experience, I believe that the current ecosystem that is available for us, and when it comes to those social taxes, priority is given to people traveling to healthcare institutions. But if you are a student, if you are employed, you don't have this priority, which means that one day you can receive the services, but another day you won't be able to get that. And if one person in a family is working, unfortunately, that person won't be able to take his partner with disability to, let's say, the premises that he or she needs to. That's one thing. Now, there is yet another aspect. In Lithuania, we have regulated working hours, and working hours on weekends are much shorter, which means that you cannot get services during non-working hours, or they are much more expensive. I guess now, currently, the Bolt operator has started providing pilot services for persons with disabilities. But now, when it comes to me, and I need my wheelchair to travel with me, and it seems that I very rarely or almost never get a car which can transport me with my wheelchair. So from my experience, when it comes to private hire, is rather negative. Moreover, for example, the Bolt operator does not have accessible vehicles, which means that I always have to travel with my husband, which also means that my husband has to carry me from my wheelchair into the car, and then he puts the wheelchair into the trunk. But for example, if I call a taxi, well, you mentioned of the example when a woman called a taxi, pre-ordered a taxi, and the taxi refused to take her. Well, similar things happened to me. I was refused transport services quite a few times. And the motive was that, let's say, a car driver came to provide services in his personal private car, which means that he was not obliged to take me in my wheelchair. Moreover, for me, because of the additional space, it is much more convenient to sit in the front seat. So majority of drivers refuse to put me in the front seat, and I believe that they can't even provide any arguments. Sometimes this front seat is full, is burdened with, let's say, some parcels or bags. So that's my personal experience. Now, communication is yet another problem. Communication with a driver. Very few drivers in a private hire speak Lithuanian because they now speak either Russian or English, or they don't speak any other languages that we can speak in Lithuania. So if I am alone, if someone is blind, I believe that I won't be able to get any assistance. So these are my brief insights, my experience. Currently, as it has been mentioned, I use my wheelchair, and if I have to travel by a taxi, I can't travel by an ordinary taxi because I have to be, my wheelchair has to be transported into the trunk, and sometimes those trunks are too small to fit my wheelchair. So we need cars, vehicles, public service providers in which I could access the vehicle myself without anybody's help. So thank you once again. I thank Madam Ošmianskienė for her initiative. Thank you, Ramune. It seems that your experience is rather painful. It was hard to listen to them. And now let us move to Ieva Petkutė, and she will speak about the experience of a person she represents.
Hello, thank you for the invitation and the possibility to represent my community of people with dementia. Well, I thank you very much for support and for your insights and sharing your experience. Speaking about access of transport, I would like to share things that are very related to the experience of Ramunja. I want to speak about dementia as a disorder. Our organization represents 50,000 people with dementia. Very often, we connect dementia with the state of persons that are severely disabled, but this is a disorder that actually develops gradually, and it can develop in 10 or more years. And this gradual change of health condition influences the possibilities of the persons. Now in Lithuania, the dementia is being diagnosed at a very late stage, and therefore there are certain stages that are left unseen. But when dementia develops, there is a need to use wheelchairs or other equipment, or there is a need of assistant consultation, or the need of help in different moments of life. And this disorder actually develops differently in different persons, and some persons move to using a wheelchair at a much later stage. The period when the disorder is evolving and the person is still independent, then people become invisible. I speak on behalf of people with dementia because they cannot do this on their own. I liked the remark by Ramunja, who said that two people have to be involved with people with disabilities or motor disabilities. In case of dementia, these are three people that nurse, that take care, and that provide. So one person is a sick person, and the other person is providing nursing. And these people spend a lot of time at home. And due to social stigma, this type of family becomes a closed one, and any outing becomes a very serious factor. Social isolation and exclusion is a very negative factor. It is a risk factor that hinders and also the risk factor for the person providing nursing or care to get this disorder as well. So this possibility for a person with this disorder to be able to move, and it is related to the necessities of healthcare and any other social services. But considering other areas of life such as leisure and other things, services are not existent. I want to share the experience of several persons here. And here we could discuss the need beyond the very necessary needs. One person from Palanga says, yes, I approached Palanga Social Services Center to provide services for my mother of transportation. But later on, I approached this service again and offered to pay for the service. But the service was not provided to me because she had to be transported to a different place, not to a healthcare facility. If we speak about the urgent necessities and social services, and the transport services are uneven among different municipalities, and it is related to long queues, and lack of certainty. I have examples from different cities and towns of Lithuania. And every municipality actually defines and decides on the provision of one or another service and establishes the fees for this service. Some municipalities charge 60 euros, others charge 10 euros. So these differences among municipalities can be very clearly seen. I want to mention one thing is that innovations are often born in Vilnius, but Lithuania is not only Vilnius. I have the experience of a taxi with an assistant, and luckily this service is provided after the working hours and on weekends. But this service was provided in cooperation with the Vilnius municipality because they had a mutual contract, but the contract ended. After the termination of the contract, people that need this service get access to this service only when they need to meet their urgent needs such as healthcare or social services. So ensuring the right to transport is very much related to public health. In order to ensure that people are healthy as long as possible, we need to ensure all the necessary services. My mother is 83. She lives in Vilnius. She is very active. She is very mobile. She has many friends to meet them. But actually, she went for a week to the rural area to look after the house of her relative. And she returned afterwards and said that she felt very isolated and very sad there. So this isolation and exclusion is a very serious risk factor. From the perspective of people with dementia, transport accessibility and adaptability is very important, as well as the availability of an assistant, trained assistant, and clarity of ordering the service should also be ensured. And that not only the most urgent needs could be satisfied for such people. I thank Ieva Petkutė from the Association of People with Dementia. Actually, the regulation of this service is very unregulated, and there is uncertainty of the provision of this service. And this is the violation of the rights of people with disabilities. And now I'd like to give the floor to Anna Stashevičienė, who is the member of the Commission for Monitoring of the Rights of People with Disabilities at the Equal Rights Ombudsperson's Office. Thank you very much for the organization of this discussion. This is extremely important. I want to thank the guests for coming I want to thank the guests from Spain and those who joined us online from Ireland. Your experience is really very interesting and useful for us. I believe that it is very important to analyze and to test the experience of other countries instead of adopting our own on-the-spot decisions. I think that our insights would be beneficial to you as well. I represent the Commission of Monitoring the Rights of People with Disabilities. I wish to speak about the convention. The colleague from Spain mentioned the articles from the convention that address the importance of ensuring accessible transport to people with disabilities, and accessibility is one of the core articles in the convention. And when speaking about the accessibility, it is enshrined in Article 9. We should not make the difference between the people. Accessibility is about everything and many things, and we cannot only consider the accessibility of buildings only. Well, it is equally important. It is also related to another article of the provision of necessary conditions so that a person can use the services independently. So in general, the topic raised actually is related to many articles in horizontal terms. We have to ensure that people with disabilities have the possibility to independently access their workplace, education, institution. In Lithuania, the disability reform is underway and certain changes can already be seen. We also see some positive changes in terms of legislation. But this is a process, this is an ongoing process that can never stop. We have to monitor the situation together and to adapt accordingly. We know that the law on social services and also the disability reform assigns transport organization to the general social services. And today this service is provided mostly by NGOs, and these services are very often related to persons that are of limited independence or that need an assistant. And in this case, such persons can get these services. And now the healthcare institutions are responsible for carrying their patients to the healthcare institutions. But if we look at whether this demand is fully insured, the pilot project in the healthcare sector is almost completed, and it will be extended in summer. But we can see that there is an increasing demand, and we wonder whether we can really fully ensure that the demands are met. In the social service sector, we can see that there's a growing demand for the organization of the transport, and this service is not fully met in general terms. The demand has been growing steadily since 2019, but the amount of services is decreasing, and this is lack to financial resources allocated. And municipalities are free to choose how to ensure that this demand is met. And unfortunately, in this area, social services are not a priority in municipalities. Unfortunately, this is so. And this means that we fail to implement the strategy, the disability strategy adopted in 2010. Today, we address inclusive education, inclusive workplace, but there are still many obstacles to achieve that, and transport services is one of them. Ramonė, a person with disabilities, is fully dependent on her husband, who is working currently, and she's not able to order a taxi and to come to this event. So this means that her rights are limited. In terms of improving the availability of the public transport, I believe that the situation is rather positive. The Ministry of Transport and Communication has done a lot. It has established a set of criteria, and we see public transport being renewed, new transport, public transport vehicles are being purchased, and this is a very positive development. The railway sector is also on the path towards this change, and the railway transport sector involves people with disabilities in order to achieve the positive change. And sometimes we see the situation that the regulation lags behind the technical advance. As our guests from Spain have mentioned, that wheelchairs changed, the specifications and the parameters of wheelchairs changed, but we are lagging behind with the regulation in this area. Speaking about the accessibility of public transport, There are other aspects that need to be taken into account. For example, if the buses are accessible, but can we ensure that wheelchair users can move from home to the bus stop in order to access a bus? So public transport involves many other factors. The person, a wheelchair user, who is at home but wants to go to work or elsewhere, needs to use the services here and now without taking too much time. You can order, for example, social services or transport services within the general social services package in municipalities, but the waiting times are very long. And this means that people with disabilities do not have equal footing or do not have equal opportunities with other people to order taxis or to make a private hire for transport. 33% of all people with disabilities were employed in 2023. We do not have statistics on the number of wheelchair users among them, but still this percentage is a very important argument. So thank you once again. I thank Monica for this very necessary initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastaševičienė, for her insights. And hopefully, public transport will one day become accessible. I know it will not take one day. I know that some services have been funded in a sporadic way. I know that wheelchair-ridden people have to wait in a waiting list for them to get taxi services. I believe that no person should give justification to anyone for why they need to use the car hire. Now I'm very happy to introduce to you Renata Vasiliauskienė, a lawyer from the law firm Cobalt. You have prepared a certain analysis. You have analyzed legislation which hinder the persons with disabilities to use the services. Thank you. Last year, we looked into the implementation of disability laws in Lithuania. We looked into 3 sectors. First, we looked into the construction sector and the construction of buildings and the requirements for buildings, as well as the accessibility of buildings. We also looked into the services sector, and we saw whether an accompanying person can receive a compensation for participating in various events together with a person with disability, or, for example, can that accompanying person receive certain compensation for tickets and so on and so forth. So I will look into those aspects. Before moving on to the very concrete proposals that could help Lithuania escape the situation that we are in, I'll mention a few of the logics behind the legal assessment. As I was listening to the Irish experience, I saw that they were guided by the same logics and that they implemented the changes guided by the same logics. When analyzing the legal norms of a certain field and thinking whether such principles are enforced, we looked into 3 aspects. First, we looked whether this particular rule has been established, whether it is existent in a legal act. Then we look whether into the scope of the formulation. That's the first step. So the second step was the enforcement. We looked which institutions play a critical role in monitoring whether certain legal norms are enforced. And the third level is the level of sanctions and responsibility, because I guess already first-year law students know that any legal norm, even in a very strong democratic society, does not function if there is no liability for non-compliance. So we also looked into the sanctions for non-compliance. Now, when it comes to taxi and private hire services, we saw that certain provisions exist, are available in the legal acts that could ensure the enforcement of the rights of the persons with disabilities. In implementing the equal opportunities, the provider of the service must, and I want to emphasize this word because it's written in the legislation, must provide equal opportunities for all the service users, for all the consumers to receive the services. So it seems that we have the legal norm in place. Unfortunately, in practice, it does not work. The lawyers know why certain norms do not work in practice. They do not work in practice because of two things. There is a lack of clarity what that particular norm means. Our proposal was to clarify what taxi service providers should understand by ensuring accessibility and obligation to provide services. So that was the first problem, the problem of the lack of clarity. There is also yet another thing that determines why certain legal norms are not efficient. That is a lack of sanctions or inefficiency of sanctions. We proposed several variants, several alternatives that could be included in the currently existent legal acts. Let me stress one thing. In legal terms, this work was very boring because we did not have to create anything. Everything is already in place. Everything has been established in our codes, legal acts, and so on and so forth. We simply had to propose certain adjustments. So now this this is as much as I wanted to talk about the first level, about the legal provisions. The second level was the monitoring part. I was very happy and actually envious to listen to the experience of Ireland, how many things you already have in place and how many things have been implemented. Well, we do have very many institutions that control the situation in the market. We have the Consumer Rights Protection Authority, Transport Safety Administration, Equal Rights Ombudsperson's Office. So we do have very many institutions that have to monitor compliance with laws and enforcement of laws. But those institutions work within the scope of their competence, which means that they can take action only when certain instruments have been established under legislation. So we saw that certain legal instruments are in place, but they are not efficient. Now, then I'll move on to the third level, that is the responsibility and sanction level. That means that the monitoring institution should work efficiently in order to ensure that the instruments in place are efficient. But in order to have effective sanctions, such sanctions should be deterrent ones. Therefore, we thought that, well, since my background is to work with data protection, I thought that every consumer, every user is equal, which means that persons with disability should not be distinguished within the group. Therefore, we looked from that perspective, we believe that the law on the rights of disabilities is in place, but it does not always serve the purpose of people with disabilities. Therefore, we proposed no changes, no amendments to the law, but we believe that it is important to ensure that the consumer rights protection laws should be amended to ensure the implementation of the laws in place. Now, let me stress one more thing. Unlike in other analyses, we saw that there is another additional fourth level, that is the level of compensation. In our legal acts say that engaging people with disabilities into activities is the responsibility of the government. The compensation mechanism has been established by laws, which means that municipalities cannot stand aside and be mere observers. Well, maybe we won't have this objective of having 100% of vehicles adapted to persons with for persons with disabilities, but still we should strive for higher percentage. This was not the purpose of our analysis to look into the compensation mechanism, but still we believe that in the future we will look into this compensation mechanism. Now, when it comes to our proposals, our recommendations, they will deal with two legal acts. It's the Code of Transport that provides for specific requirements for carriers and for taxi operators. So we believe that registered 5%, at least 5% of registered transport needs should be adjusted for carrying persons with disabilities. We wanted to draw the attention to the fact that the aforementioned legal act is very difficult to apply because of different terminology. For example, the word carrier is used in the contexts different from what we would expect that word to be used. So we believed that there should be a concept of a taxi operator and a definition of a taxi operator, because previously, in previous versions of law, such definition was included in the law. But, there's some legal nonsense in this legal act. We talk about taxi operators in the law, but we have not defined that concept. So we believe that this code could include this Spanish example of 5% of wheelchair accessible vehicles. So this was one part that covers the first legislative part. Now, I believe that there is nothing to be done in the second level. We have quite a few institutions that monitor the enforcement of laws. I think that the problem is related not only to legal things. I believe that this is the subject of political discussion and of political will. Which institution could be made responsible for monitoring the compliance with laws? We heard from people here today that we do have a problem. People were refused access, were refused service, but I wonder what they did afterwards. Did they protect their rights? Well, I think that they simply access some non-governmental organizations and share their experience, and they simply were unaware of the fact that they could defend their rights in court. So I believe that appointing a very specific organization to be responsible for the monitoring of the implementation of legal acts would be of crucial importance. Moreover, it is very important to raise awareness. I like the example from Ireland when there is a link, a special platform where users could complain. I know that numerous European Union countries have a similar thing, so I think Lithuania could simply take that example and implement it here. Well, we were not original or authentic in our decisions. We believe that persons with disabilities are consumers. Therefore, sanctions for non-compliance with the rights of consumers should be treated in the same way as non-compliance with the rights of persons with disabilities. Therefore, non-compliance and offense should result in the same fine that is foreseen in the law for the protection of the rights of consumers, and it means from 500 to 5,000 euros. You can't separate one group of consumers and, let's say, impose fines that are tenfold lower, let's say, than fines for other groups of consumers. Because, for example, a fine for non-compliance with the rights of persons with disabilities is 10 times lower than that for fines for general consumers, for violating the rights of general consumers. We are a business entity. We usually work with businesses, and you know, we were very happy to work on that case, but in fact the results, the outcome of our work were rather sad. As I was listening to the experiences of other countries, I think that Lithuanian practices are significantly lagging behind, both when it comes to the legislative level and the enforcement level. And I hope that people will remember that persons with disabilities are consumers, just like other consumers, which means that they have to have equal opportunities. Therefore, sanctions for non-compliance should be the same. And the third thing, amendments that I've just mentioned, I mean, establishing certain requirements, increasing sanctions, are just the tip of the iceberg, because there is a need for other changes in other legal acts. For example, establishing certain technical requirements, because if we fail to do that, we don't have clarity in the first level, and there will be no proper implementation. Moreover, road traffic rules should also be amended, because vehicles taking persons with disabilities should have the right to stop in the places where other vehicles are forbidden to stop, because they will have to take a person with disabilities. Now, I don't think that the financial incentives will have much difference on adapting vehicles for persons with disabilities, because we've seen from examples it did not work as expected. But I think that there should be some technological improvements in the application which would prohibit drivers from refusing persons with disabilities. The compensation, well, we've heard from Ireland there's a stick and carrot principle. Now, government and municipalities are responsible for ensuring the rights of persons with disabilities, which means that they have to be proactive, even without statistics. We already know that we are somewhere at the back of other countries in the European Union. And now some personal remarks to conclude my speech. My request is as follows. I am a mother of 3, and if I want to take my child to the airport, I cannot have a taxi with a chair for kid. I can take my own chair, but I cannot take my child safely to the airport because they cannot provide car seats for my children. So I'd like to use this opportunity and to ask to include that provision into the legislation.
Thank you, Renata Vasiliauskienė, for your professional and sensitive remarks. I, as a mother of 2 children, also think that there should also be some services available for mothers with children. Well, your overview and your proposals have been seen by many. Agnė Jusevičiūtė from the Ministry of Transport and Communications, and she will present her own remarks. Could you please comment this overview and these recommendations? Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for the remarks. I don't often have the possibility to stay from the beginning till the end of the conference. I brought my entire team. We have been marking many things and we see that we needed those changes yesterday from this national perspective. But let me share with you some aspects. One is the daily reality that we all experience from the Nevėžys community. So we have recently received a letter with hundreds of signatures asking for help in a very strange situation. This situation shows the diversity that we still have. This was a request on the highest levels to obligate all the bus operators to move or to park closer to the curb in order to help the passengers to get into the transport vehicle. Well, this is the negative experience that we have, that bus drivers do not help their passengers to get on the bus. And Minister yesterday established such an obligation for all the bus operators. This is the reality that we live in. There are many points that you mentioned. Unfortunately, we don't have other vice ministers here that could help us to address this issue in a more comprehensive way. Anna made a very effective presentation about different transport possibilities and their coordination in terms of public transport. All the investments planned in Lithuania that are planned for a decade forward are all targeted to transport that will be electricity driven and fully accessible. The changes are coming. In Lithuania, we do not have any accessibility implementation on the intercity transport buses. And accessibility means not only for people with disabilities, but for other needs. Public transport vehicles cannot be registered according to the requirements if they do not meet the accessibility requirements. And the transport vehicles that will be funded from the state or the European Union will have to be fully adapted to accessibility requirements. I would like to say a few words about railway sector. I want to stress once again that we had talks with railway representatives in order to ensure that accessible train cards are purchased in Lithuania. Well, sadly, the legislation is lagging behind, but some technical solutions have already been achieved in some areas. Monica said that the availability of services in the airport of Vilnius is much bigger than, for example, if you want to move from Vilnius to Kaunas. We see a lot of initiatives and change and methodological guidance for helping people, and these changes can be seen. And we can see that people use those services. New departure terminals are being constructed. Additional structures are being constructed in Kaunas. And all these are closely monitored with respect to the compliance with the respective requirements. Certainly, more methodological guidelines and guidance could be useful in this area. But systemic changes have been planned and they will finally be implemented. When speaking about mobility and free mobility, in 2022, we signed a memorandum with the Prime Minister and a variety of organizations on the adaptation of infrastructure to accessibility requirements. This process is underway. The adoption of the memorandum means that we have annual conferences where progress reports are made in different areas. But today's topic is ride-hailing and taxi services. We want to ensure that people can move freely whenever they want, and Lithuania has no strict regulation in this area. We were much focused on public transport before that, but now we see that social taxis, ride-hailing and taxis for people with disabilities is a very important topic. The regulation in this area was of a recommendation type, and therefore this area needs to change. Any new laws that will be adopted or amended need to be effective and give a positive result. Therefore, we have to also cooperate with businesses that provide the services, and therefore the solutions need to be balanced. But the trend or the direction of obligation should be taken in this area. Certainly, we need to ensure that transition periods are established for large-scale services of this type. I think that we still have some space for regulation in the area that we addressed today. The Spanish and Irish representatives stressed the role of municipalities in the most important activities in ensuring such services. Vilnius has a lot of potential in this area, especially about low pollution zones, limited access to the city center, or parking fees. We should engage with the municipalities to ensure the accessibility of services for people with disabilities. We also engage with the service providers such as Bolt, with Parliament, and we hope that in future we will be able to find some joint solutions. And therefore, I would be very much interested in hearing the position of the carriers or ride-hailing service providers. We really need this dialogue. In terms of funding, we focus on the transformation of transport to non-pollutant transport. I understand that we're facing two problems here. We don't have the availability of accessible transport vehicles And we also feel the lack of motivation of increasing the number of such available transport services, accessible transport services. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I hope that you will be able to stay until the very end of the conference. Well, I do understand that not only the ministry is responsible for certain steps, but I believe that you will contribute to the work in the future. But as you've mentioned, we are truly, we'll be truly happy to hear the ideas by the private car, private hire service providers. And what do you think about this threshold of 5% and about the sanctions of 3,000 for the first offense? The law on the protection of the rights of consumers provide for the fines for from 500 to 5,000. So the minimum fine is 500 and the maximum fine is 5,000 euros. Thank you for inviting me. It was truly interesting and valuable to hear both personal experiences and the presentations. I do apologize for those negative experiences that you faced on our platform. We would be happy if we could receive feedback on those offenses that you've talked about. Now, briefly, the Bolt Car scooter ride platform is trying to take first steps already. We've been looking into the problem for 1 year already as to how to improve the accessibility of our services. We've worked with social taxi. We try to understand what the true needs of persons with disabilities are. Over a year and ago, we thought of introducing the assistive category. We tried to train some drivers so that they could know how they could help persons with disabilities and how they could communicate with such people. Coming back to the legal framework, the Code of Transport of Lithuania states that all the drivers have to be self-employed, which means that any incentives or motivational measures cannot be negative. Therefore, we cannot force our drivers to take this compulsory training. We try to introduce certain positive incentives, but I believe that this process has to be continuous. Well, we do have this special category for persons with disabilities, but it's not that abundant as you would expect. We also now have introduced several cars, wheelchair accessible vehicles. Maybe figures might seem rather ridiculous to you, but these are our first steps, which means that such vehicle accessible vehicles are committed to providing services and being available all day or 24 hours around, which means that there is an app and we are trying to ensure accessibility. Majority of such cars belong either to municipality. So we are still in the stage where we're trying to address all the problems. Well, I do apologize. You have 2 cars, right? Does that mean that the drivers of those cars will help people access the car, or these are the vehicles that are fully adapted? Yes, they are fully adapted cars for persons with disabilities. There were discussions with Monikos Ošmianskienės and other members of the Lithuanian Parliament and some non-governmental organizations as to who could organize trainings for our drivers on and who could, let's say, also encourage our drivers to participate. So now what we are offering is this carrot approach rather than a stick approach. Now, but when it comes to a stick approach, well, it could work as a motivational measure, but apart from that, I believe that, well, based on the examples from Spanish and Irish experience, there should be some, well, let's say, tax incentives for drivers, not only for taxi companies, but also for individual drivers. I have one more remark. We work with data, and we heard that both in Ireland, they still don't know the exact need for the wheelchair for the number of persons who would use wheelchair accessible vehicles. We only know that on a daily basis, approximately 100 of searches for respective services are carried out on our platform. Believe that as an alternative to quotas, there should be some other thing introduced. Maybe the coverage of, let's say, availability of the vehicle for certain hours during the day and the night. Well, I do acknowledge we have not done enough, but I think that if we consolidate our efforts, if the market consolidates, we will take the necessary steps and we will be able to boast achievements in the future. Let me also mention that we've noticed that people with hearing disabilities started working as Bolt platform drivers. We currently have 60 of such drivers. We do encourage people with disabilities to work for us, and this is a good example of how improving technologies can help persons with disabilities receive income through direct contacts with other people. So I'll finish at that, and I'll be happy to answer your questions if you have any. I do apologize. Well, do you have any questions for the director of the Bolt Car and Scooter Ride platform? I'll speak Spanish. I'd like to share my personal experience. When car-sharing platforms became popular in Spain, the controlling authority analyzed the demand for the services of wheelchair accessible vehicles. When we developed legal acts, we established the same requirements for car-sharing service providers as for the taxi service providers. We believe that there will be a huge demand of such services, but in fact, the car-sharing services were even more popular than we predicted. Now, when it comes to fares, taxi fares, taking private hire is cheaper than taking a car that is adapted to wheelchair users. So we believe that a person with disabilities, a wheelchair-ridden person, should not be paying higher costs for using the accessible vehicles.
Galit sureaguoti.
Thank you. I was very happy to hear that. This shows, this likely goes to show that car sharing services are more popular and that the demand will increase. Now, when it comes to pricing policy, we believe that the additional costs should not be transposed on the shoulders of end users. Maybe we'll have to look for other solutions, maybe for some subsidies or grants from the municipality or from the government. So, but we do believe that higher costs should not be borne by end users. Now, but how would you respond to this threshold of 5% of cars? But I'll give now the floor to Ms. Ramone. Now, well, you mentioned that you have 2 cars accessible for wheelchair users. Are these vehicles available all day round? They will be available at any time. We have a certain agreement. Well, one of the vehicles is from a social taxi. I'm not sure. I can't answer you now, but we will try to ensure accessibility of services during the 2nd stage. Does that mean that I will be able to look for such cars outside working hours and at the weekend? Yes, you are right. You will be able to look for such cars. We do understand that there will be some problems. We are still looking forward to feedback from the users. Maybe we could have such feedback either from the member of the parliament, Madam Ošmianskienė, or from you personally, but we would be very happy to hear such feedback. Thank you. I will definitely try the cars. And we would be very happy to hear the feedback. As you have mentioned, the costs are of crucial importance. We believe that the adapting vehicles to wheelchair users should not increase the price for the users. Good afternoon. I am from the company Motor MG from Šalių. We represent a German company, Brunsk. That is one of the biggest companies of equipment for persons with disabilities. We are major representative in the Baltic states. We work with daycare centers, shelter homes. Well, but you know, the problem is that the buying authority, the purchasing company, does not always know what it needs and what it wants. They usually write very many specifications in tender documents. For example, this week we had a call from a woman. We asked her to look into our website, and she thought she found the steps necessary for her personal use. So they simply don't know what they can. Moreover, sometimes purchasing authorities require for a car of 100 kilowatts, and we, for example, can propose 95 kilowatt hour vehicles. We sometimes think that there is an insider agreement with, let's say, some car selling company. I was in Germany myself. I saw a center that was built for 5 billion euros, and they bring their equipment, the equipment that has been tested in Germany. Unfortunately, their testing documents are not always eligible here in Lithuania. In order to test how firm the seats are during the car crash, the Lithuanian companies do their own tests and check whether requirements are met. So I don't know what we should do to ensure that car crash test laboratory of Germany that provides us with documents was a sufficient proof of compliance with technical requirements. Now we know that the Vilnius municipality is looking for cars for 2 to 9 people, and we know that, for example, certain things don't even exist. We also had a case, I'll show you a picture of that case. On Monday, I had a call and asked whether we had a car for rent. We do rent cars. We said that we have a minivan to rent, and they asked us to take the seats out because we thought that they would have to take some freight. But they said that they are going to transport people. They said that they had to transport people, bedridden people, who were not able to sit. So they said that they will put a mattress in this van and take people in that van. It appeared that they were not able to get any car for transporting people in beds. So I guess that is ridiculous. I guess this example illustrates how bad the situation is. I can't say that everything is bad in Lithuania. Last year we participated in the exhibition in Latvia, so it seems that the situation in Latvia is even worse. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience. I do understand that you have very many problems. Do you have any questions? Well, again, I see that you want to have a question. Well, we heard that in Airijoje the grants amounted from 7,000 to 500, and then they were increased to 17,000. What do you think Lithuania could offer in reality for adapting vehicles? Well, it does depend on the type of the car and on the type of equipment is needed. Even the amount equal to 7,500 euros would be a very good one. Thank you. Another question? Well, let me add to the fact that as lawyers, we also participate in public procurement, and we sometimes see that there are certain requirements, a technical specification, that are impossible to implement. Well, we do understand that when it comes to private sector, which operates in an absolutely different field than that of the public sector. But do you have any examples of the requirements from the public sector when it comes to adapting cars? We have not received many from the private sector because it is all related to huge costs. But we do communicate with many persons in private. They ask us as to how much they will have to pay to adapt their cars. So we invite that person to the company. We help them with the cars. But still, I wonder whether there is any business that would be interested in adapting cars, because we have very many carrier companies. Are they interested in adopting cars? Yesterday, well, we had people from a residential foster home. They wanted to rent a car with a lift for people with disabilities. So the residential foster home wanted to rent such a car and provide services of their own. Most probably, very soon, we're going to have a car, another car that we will be able to rent. Now, let us move to another organization that provides services, that has been providing services for many years now, and hopefully the coverage of their services will increase. Let me give the floor to Kristina Popavaitė from Social Taxi. Could you share your experience when it comes to the accessibility and the restrictions on providing accessibility of services?
Thank you for your invitation to address this uneasy topic that we face every day. We have been working for 10 years with carrying people with disabilities. We work not only in Vilnius but in other municipalities as well. And we face different types of requirements in different municipalities in terms of fees to be paid by people or requirements for the services themselves. And we see that we cannot meet all the demand, and we live in this situation when we work with people that need to be remunerated for their work, and we participate in public procurements of municipalities in order to provide social carrier services. We are approached by municipalities that see the need, they see the demand, and they appropriate a number of people that need our services. All our vehicles are accessible to wheelchairs, and we can provide the number of services within the framework of municipalities. Therefore, we cannot help cannot help the consumers on one-on-one basis. For example, to provide the possibility of ordering our service. And we are happy that in cooperation with Bolt, we can really provide this needed service, but still much needs to be done. We already have our clients who do not always have the app, but have assistants that can help them in app, and they inform them on the possibility, and all the consumers are very happy. They want these services to be as much available as possible. We are engaged in close cooperation with municipalities, and it is the decision of the municipality whether the services are to be provided. We are a small service provider with not much of a competition in the market, and the demands are very high in this area. And there's still much room for improvement and development, and we're happy to be able to share the experience. I thank Kristina. We are out of time, so we should go back to the Vice Minister and then finally give the floor to Monikos Ošmianskienės to make a conclusion. Oh, you also have the right of legislative initiative. So what is your take from what you have been heard in order to improve the situation? Maybe we should start from the legislative area. Well, we believe that the direction is correct. That regulation is lacking. It should be improved. But we have to analyze the percentage of the needed regulation. And we are ready, and we see this initiative from the member of the Seimo, and I believe that together in cooperation we could initiate the necessary changes, especially those that we are ready for. I'm very happy about the business initiatives and we are engaged in a dialogue with the business as well. I am for the regulation, but I'm also for the organization of such conferences, for having dialogues between business and regulators in order to reach a better understanding among us. I believe that municipalities and municipality representatives should also be involved in similar conferences, so that we address practical issues rather than cite articles of United Nations conventions. I think that we are moving in the right direction, and we need to decide on the amount of regulation that is needed. I thank the Vice Minister, and we have had a very important dialogue. And I would like to give the floor to Monikos Ošmianskienės, the initiator of this conference. I wish to thank all the participants and all the speakers. I think that this is a very successful event with so many ideas, useful ideas. We should take one step at a time, but we are still moving in the right direction. Today we were speaking about the accessibility of taxi, hail, and ride-sharing services, and the accessibility of such services to people with disabilities. I hear stories and experiences of people with different disabilities using different apps and using taxi services. For example, blind people, but there are many people with motor disabilities, movement disabilities using wheelchairs, and wheelchair users find it more difficult to use taxi and ride-hailing services. And sometimes I need a social service, transport service for going to the airport. So I have to approach the municipality's social services unit to ask and to request for this service. We need to make the difference between social services, subsidized services, and ride-hailing services for people with disadvantages, and we need to ensure the equality in this area. All these different options have to ensure the equality which is enshrined in the equality law. My plan is to submit legislative proposals with the expert opinion of a legal firm. I wanted to have a professional view of the situation. It was not a very well, actually this was quite a costly service that I ordered in terms of legal advice, but it was very useful. Regulation is focused on the operators and organizers. And today we heard the example of Ireland that some persons, licensed carriers, should also be focused sometimes in terms of regulation. And the responsibility, for example, of providing the service to people with disabilities sometimes should be the obligation put on the carrier and put on the service provider rather than the operator. I had an opportunity to have the conversation with the Bolt service provider, and they said that they have 10,000 registered drivers, and 5% of accessible vehicles would be too hard a burden. Well, 5% is suitable for small operators. Or we could speak about a certain number, or for example, one car per 100,000 of vehicles. Certainly we're taking the first steps, and a member of the parliament cannot make a reform, but in any way, I hope that the parliament will finally adopt this law, and it will be then forwarded to the ministry to ensure its enforcement and looking for the possibilities of compensation. We could also, for example, ensure free of charge parking for accessible vehicles, to have it as an incentive. I think that considering the new state budget, we can still think of the planned allocations until summer or even autumn. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to Renata Vasiliauskienė. Well, when listening to the example of Ireland, I had a very important word, which is very important in today's discussion. Well, due to the lack of time, I did not analyze this aspect, but the Irish the important factor in Irish presentation was the licensing. This is a way of monitoring the service operators. We do not recommend this direction because this is a very strict way of regulation. Licensing can be a very strict type of regulation. But in Ireland, the organizer of the service has the license, and all the vehicles attached to this license should be wheelchair accessible. So I think we need a broader discussion on this. So Ireland has chosen the path of licensing, and I believe that for Lithuania this is not very much suitable due to our legal reasons. But in Lithuania, the carrier or the operator or is one carrier, one person, the driver, that is mostly responsible now. Well, this is actually beyond the scope of our today's conference, and we could discuss this even further on other occasions. I think that Rokas from the railway sector would like to contribute. Thank you. I wanted to make an observation that we could have one ticketing service of, for example, providing the service of taxi to the railway station and then a railway ticket or the railway service. I think that we could ensure multimodality here so that a passenger could buy one ticket and be given several services. Well, this is a very good remark because Europe is now discussing multimodality now, but this is outside the scope of today's conference. So once again, thank you very much. And I want to close today's conference. And I would like to invite you to join us at lunch for further discussion.